Okay, mic's working, everything works. Alright, we're good. So, the biggest concern with this test is, honestly, there should be a loot increase. Simply because of the monster markers. So, like, I don't know what I should put as, like, the correct, like, margin of error here for this. Because, like, the monster markers should, with Rarity, we already know the effectiveness in Rarity works on monster markers. It just doesn't seem to have a huge impact on remnants. Oh, what the heck just deleted my energy shield? That's my biggest concern with this is, like, for testing for blue rarity to see what, like, if there's an impact over white, there should be because of monster markers. Not necessarily, which doesn't necessarily mean the extra loot's coming out of the remnants, which is gonna, like, skew data. I don't even, so, like, I don't know how, what kind of margin of error I input to, like, make up for that. I'd say, like, 30% should be reasonable. That should be reasonable, but yeah, it's, like, hard to determine because, like, any monster markers, I can't just avoid monster markers as I'm pathing. It doesn't work that way. So I have to grab them either way. So, like, either way, it's gonna have an increase in loot because of the monster markers on blue rarity tablets over wasteland. Actually, it might not. If the wasteland percent works how we think it is, it should almost be equivalent because of the extra remnant quality. It should be within, like, 10 to 15%, even including the monster markers. The monster that's keeping that alive. Okay, there's a random monster somewhere hiding off screen. Like, way off screen, apparently. Like, this should be, like, just off monster markers alone, because there's a ton of them on this map, this should be better than like, basically most of the other maps. There should be a variance here. Now, what we could track for is, like, Alder Sagas. If, like, we see a drastic decrease in Alder Sagas here, without the Waystone percent, that's also, like, something that would be indicative of something. So say we had like a 15% spawn rate of Alder Sagas on the Waystone percent tablets, and this like becomes like a, and now then it drops to like a 5%. That would mean that is not a insignificant statistic. If that makes sense. Because, yeah, the monster markers are 100% going to skew the data here.
Yes.
And I didn't think about that until, like, after I started doing this, and I bought everything to do it. So, like... I mean, I'm still gonna do it, but like I think the best thing is to do. We can look at Alder Saga spawn rates across the compare that to the white maps, and then compare that to the
What is it?
Waystone percent maps, and see if there's a significant statistical difference. When is this? Scorched. I forgot to write down how many monsters there was on that last one. Onyx times 7. And then plus 3 rim. Not locking anything good there. Okay, so that doesn't matter now. That was a good reroll. On this, opulent stays. There, and now let me reach both these with the same bomb. Bond. So yeah, that's the big concern with this test though, like, is it's gonna, like, the monster markers are gonna skew all the data. So I don't think this is gonna show anything reliable. But across like 40 maps, if we see like it's really a heavy, like significant difference in the amount of Alder Sagas we find, then I mean that is a reliable statistic that also points towards the Waystone percent still being the thing that is scaling it. Also, I don't think I should compare this to the white control tablets. I should compare it to the blue +2 tablets. I don't know. We'll see where it goes throughout the day, how everything starts averaging out. So, this has been good so far. And the problem is I wasn't just tracking what comes out of the remnants on the other tests, I was tracking like what was dropped overall. So to get an accurate read of just the remnant drops, I'd have to basically redo everything. Which would be like weeks and weeks and thousands of divs to do. Seven, 5, and 3. So this is 7, 5, 3. What's the monster count? 88, 159. And what else? 389. Okay. I don't like tracking what's in the caves, even though I run the caves, because like it's like hit or miss if the map even has them. And like it's completely 90% of the time it's just chests. So I just count everything outside caves. But I don't have the mirror recipe yet, so I run the caves. Nope, I did not want to go out of the map. That's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to leave the cave. I can go to the next one. Did my game just crash? Yep. Okay. That's great. Okay, fix that. Round 2, see if it crashes this time. Okay, we're good. Good, so there should be another cave right here. sketchy because I don't have any buffs up. And all the mobs in here inherit all the other stuff. Okay, so yeah, nothing. Alright, there we go. Okay, what's the next one? We've got Golly, Lucky, and then basic and 1x plus 7. Okay.
These are our supplies. A useful trade, indeed.
Okay, where any more of these? Need more. I need a map. Golly is the one, like, the worst map. There's not many maps that are worse than Golly.
Another step on the...
Bond room from the very start. Bond being one of the most powerful runes, even though that's only like a really like mid-socket count. I'm gonna grab that, and then I'm gonna go over here because this side has the higher density of overall remnants. But before I do that, can I grab that in a way that basically, there we go, like that. Alright, what's this got in it? Time now. Reroll. We're gonna reroll that one. Oath. Oath is good with Bond. That's about the only time Oath is good. Is when you have it with Bond. Okay, all of these are locking in rebirth. Ones that don't matter. That rerolled to a div. I didn't think going down there is down here is worth it. Oh wait, yeah it is. Okay, never mind. Coming down here is worth it. This is the problem with Golly. Is like, you have to leave like half the remnants. Like, I can't grab half of these here. So even if they have good stuff on them, you have to give up like half your remnants to get to like... Shit. Okay, see, now I need that. That one is good. That one's like 10 divs almost. For that singular remnant. Which is annoying. Okay, so I gotta grab this one. That one. Go up here. Get that one. Then over here. And then maybe I have enough to get these two. Yeah, there is. Okay. Not the best setup, but that's the one I have to go with. I guess this is still a decent test because it lets us know if there's a significant impact in loot changes with using rarity of items, even if it doesn't necessarily affect the remnants. it does affect the monster markers. So like it does let you know if it's like worth even running or item rarity on the tablets. Versus no item rarity on the tablets. Because if it's not a significant increase at all over like white or like waystone percent, we'll just say like waystone percent, then it's probably just not even worth focusing on. You just go waystone percent and plus 2 random map mods. And that's basically all that really matters in the end. I think those are the ones that are like multiple, like 20, 30 div or something like that. Maybe those are the 70 plus div ones? I don't even know. I have another pair of them sitting in my bank. But yeah, getting enough, I want to do like 40 maps on this, and I want to do effectiveness on its own too, just like tablets with nothing but effectiveness on them to test that. To see if that has any kind of real impact. Good, I'm 99% sure that there is no impact on the loot that the remnants drop. The question here is if there is any kind of an impact on the loot that the monster markers drop to a point where it's like worth using. Especially when you have bond runes stacked up, because bond runes being stacked up should be. God, that is a lot of monsters. Completely almost drowning out any kind of rarity you have on your gear, because like with the stacked up bond rune, if the way like adaptive biology and everything stacks, that could be pushing 3,000%. You also tested it and noticed no impact. That's kind of what I'm expecting here, right, Muhammad? Or Mahmood? Did I pronounce that right? Your build looks so strong. There's like 150 million DPS, so that's kind of what I'm expecting. I'm kind of expecting there to be an impact, but the impact is only going to be off like what you get out of the monster markers, right? It's not going to have any like actual impact on the like loot that you get out of your remnants. That's kind of like the expected result here. Do you want a build link here, Tone? I can give you my MOBA here. Give me a second. There you go. Alright, there's a build link. Alright, so I need 191 monsters for rare, 174 magic. How many, was that 402? Yeah. Alright. Thanks for the follow. Game totally screwed you and you're pissed? Why? What happened? Tone?
Yes.
this in here. I think these are the ones that are like 70 div. I have to double check because I have 2 pairs of these that I need to sell. Open on website. Show corrupted. No. Search. 14 div. Okay. So that's 30 div between those two. Okay. That's fine. There was a greater chaos there that I didn't write down. Plunder's Point and had so much loot to get, and it reset the whole map and everything disappeared. Oh, that sucks.
Go on.
Alright, let's see, what do we got here? Basin, 1x7. Basin is like one of the best maps. I reached level 99 farming. I still didn't encounter any boons. I have all my boons. I found a legacy yesterday. It's just RNG, honestly. The waste 1% does seem to help with finding the boons because it seems to like have a significant impact on the sockets. But like, it goes a hit or miss. There'll be days where I will find like 2 of them or 3 like Alder's Legacy since I have all the boons, and then there's like dry periods where I don't find any for like multiple days in a row here. Bro, this is a really weird basin layout. Like a really weird one. I mean, there's 19 bombs, but like still, it's a really weird basin layout. Nothing good on that. What is this one locking in? A lot of times I don't even pay attention to what's actually like on the remnant, like in it for loot. I more so pay attention to like what's the actual rune that you're locking in for your chains. Unless it's like a 3 socket, then it's just like an automatic reroll. Alright, now I'm just gonna go set everything up. Reroll that one. That one stays. What's on this? That's great. That can stay. That's a power room. Power room's good. Reroll that. The problem is we have no bond. Bond rune is like the most important too. Stupid, I'm livid, that's why, why is that even a thing? I mean, Plunderer's Point is, like, it's kind of still, like, early game, though. Like, you're not gonna lose, like, even though that reset, the amount of loot you're losing compared to, like, just what you'll get in, like, one in-game map is probably nothing. Like, it's not, like, you'll make, like, easily, like, 10 or 15 divs a map worth of loot just doing mapping. Versus what you would get out of like that Plunderer's Point thing is it's not worth stressing out or getting upset over, honestly. Just because it reset, in my opinion at least. Yo, what's up? What's up, Apex? I am testing blue tablets at the moment. Again. as I get more boss maps loaded up here. So, because I ran out of like boss maps for doing the lineage gym testing that you all wanted me to do. So like I'm just testing like random like blue rarity tablets with nothing else on them right now. I doubled the sample size on like the white tablets yesterday, and I doubled the sample size on the blue waystone percent tablets yesterday as well. And there was basically no noticeable change. I think that the loot difference went from like a 2.86 difference between white and the waystone percent to like a 2.792 average currency drops per map difference. So it's basically like completely within the margin of error. And that was like including the white ones that had some really huge outliers. Some weird reason, all 5 are still available to run again. That's weird. Maybe it's because you didn't technically complete them. I have no idea. I mean, with that, we could cheese it, if that's the thing. We can cheese that. That would make that so fast to cheese. I also doubled the sample size on the socket testing too, which basically again didn't really change anything. There's still like a massive increase in 6 sockets with a massive decrease in 4 and 3 sockets on with the waystone percent. The problem with rarity on the tablets though here, and I didn't think about this until I after started testing. It's gonna have more currency. I already know it's gonna have more currency because the rarity affects the monster markers. It doesn't affect the remnants, but it affects monster markers. So like I don't know how to like. There's not really a metric that I've been tracking to account for that. The question is, how much more currency is it gonna have? Honestly, the biggest thing I want to know with the lineage gym testing is how the forest biome and Jado behave, right? Because like, are they multiplicative of each other, or are they like do they go into the same multiplicative bucket? So if it's like Jado plus forest equal multiplied by the base drop chance or something like that, or like waystone percent. Like, how does that work? That's what I want to really know, more than anything. Alright, so that was that map. So we have 62 rares, 11 chaos, 5. So 11, 5 div, 62 rares. I mean, so far it's not tracking like way out of band. Like, it's kind of like within margin of error almost. 182 and 782. 182, 782. Okay. Okay, get rid of this, this, and I don't need that either. Grab more of the rerolls, grab another map. Wouldn't spend a ton of money on maps. So I think I spent like 150 div buying maps today for this. Wait, is there 2 all +7s there? There's 1. There's 2. There's 3 all plus 7s that I have open. I didn't even realize. That's a lot. Okay. I think each other test had a total of 3 all plus 7s, so I can run at least 3 all plus 7s. So if I can run 3 all plus, let me double check that. How many all plus 7s do these have?
Another step on the road less traveled.
Yeah, 3, 1. Yeah, 3 all plus 7s. Okay. So it looks like it doesn't really matter what's on that other one, because I cannot go for that. Alright, what are we locking in here? Power? Okay, power is good. Okay, what's this one locking in? Opulent. Yeah, that's good. Now I just need bond. Reroll that. Ultra Saga. I'll take it. Man, the price of Older Saga has really dropped, hasn't it? Okay, time. That's good. So I don't already have a time. Okay, what's on this? Wisdom. Well, we're locking in Opulent, so I guess the Wisdom really doesn't matter, but I'm gonna reroll that either way, because it's just crap. Time or power, we have both of those. Okay, rage is not really helpful, but whatever. Another Older Saga. So that one's a guaranteed keep. And then... there we go. The last one has a bond rune. So I don't see bond until the very last one here. Which is rough. That's fine. Alright, so good luck on testing. We'll check out Discord later on after work. Alright, man. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, so I can run all 3 all plus 7 maps on this to like keep it equal to with the 2 other sets, but I can't do more than that because like all plus 7s are massive like outlier creators. You know what's crazy? I've actually had all plus 7 maps that are like just terrible, where I get like 1 div because the locked in runes are just like that bad. You don't that are just like locking in a bunch of blue runes or something like that. You never actually get a good rune chain going on. Which is, annoying. Like, this one doesn't have bond until the very last one, so, like, the strongest rune is, like, not even present until the very last remnant here, because I didn't find a bond rune until then. Which just naturally screws its stuff up, because, like, bond is, like, extremely powerful because of the adaptive biology and, mutated monsters nodes. It's like 3,000% rarity. If Rarity even functions the way it's supposed to on here. which that's what I'm testing for. Alright, there we go. Got that, got that. That's good. You know what would be good to compare this to? Actually, would be the +2 random mod rarity set. That would also be a decent comparison. Here, that would explain some things. I don't know if it would be like 2 older sagas this map. Another thing that seems to have changed with the recent patch, there's a lot more all +7 maps, like a lot more. Like I was tracking like a 5%, a sub 5% occurrence rate on all +7, and now I'm like getting them like 10 to like 15 to 20% of the time. It feels like it could just be like lucky RNG, but I don't know. Alright, so what was that? 10 divs, 17 chaos, 2 older sagas. $10, 17, 2 older sagas. What else did I get? 1 annulment. And 1 greater chaos, right? 1 greater chaos. Actually, it was 12 div. 12 div. 70 chaos, 1 annulment. Okay. 2 older sagas. What was the 107 rare monsters? 7 rare monsters, 300. And 463. It's still too early to tell anything, though. Here. Got that, got that. Okay, go over here. Oh, I wanted you. Sell this, go over here, and cash in a bunch of this. I almost have like 500 of this again. I need to start selling it again. Alright, we'll get rid of all of this. Okay. Not on I know, but on controller it doesn't work. Unfortunately. God, I wish. One day they'll give us, like, the ability to instantly just, like, swap between keyboard and using keyboard and mouse and controller. Maybe. What are we locking in here? No matter, I mean, I'm not going to re-roll that because this is only a 1x7 map. God, there is, like, no remnants on this map, is there? It does work for moving currents around, so I figured it would for that too. Yeah, I know it works on controller for moving around currents. That's a 10 socket, maybe? Yeah, 10 div. If it wasn't for that 10 socket, 10 div one right there, this map would be horrendous, because there's like 0 remnants on this entire map. I didn't see the one up here though. What is on this? Is it worth even pathing? No. Okay. Oh, I should have grabbed that cave. Oh well. Where is the monster that's keeping everything alive? Game. Oh, you do this. So here's the current theory, right? Item rarity, effectiveness, monster rarity, rare monsters, it functions, but the way it functions is it doesn't do anything for your remnants, okay, right? It affects the monster markers, so the loot increase that you see from, if any, that you would see from those is entirely because of the monster markers. It has nothing to do with that, what's actually in the remnants. But what's actually in your remnants is entirely determined by waystone percent. Oh, okay, thank you. Love you too, bye. Bye. Have a good day. Alright, so... grab all this. But either way, it's still good data to have, I'm thinking. Like, I'd rather have, like... This map, if it wasn't for those 10 div drops, it would be terrible. Like, this map, if it didn't have that 10 div drop, would have been like a 1 div map. With like 2 chaos orbs. Let's see. Yeah, it would have been a 3 chaos orb. Okay, so we're gonna put 12 div, but I need to make a note that it was a I had a 10 div remnant here. And then it was 3 chaos, 1 greater chaos, and then that was it. Yeah. So that basically would have been a 2 chaos orb map with 2 divs, and then 1 greater chaos without that 1 socket for 10 divs.
Yes. Time is of the essence.
There needs to be like 11 all +7s in here too. So that's a power rune off the start. That's not terrible. Reroll that. There's nothing good locked in there. Still nothing good locked in there. What is this one? Nothing good locked in. Reroll. So basically the way I go about my rerolls is I don't reroll based on like what's the remnant or what the socket, unless it's a 7 socket or above, then I will reroll to try and get better locked in runes. If it doesn't have anything that's good that's locked in that I don't already have, like this one has time, I don't have time, then I will go for that. Here. This is all, that's nothing great there, so reroll that one. Okay, then I'm gonna make my way down here. Okay, what is this? Locked in death. Okay, I don't have that yet, so we can, will that'll stay. Opulent doesn't have that yet, so that stays. This gets re-rolled. So I re-roll based on like the locked in runes. So this one has a death rune. I already have death rune locked in. So and this one has time rune, and this one has death rune. So basically, this only has runes that I already have locked in. So that's going to be an automatic re-roll, right? It's not so much about what's in the remnant, is what runes you're locking in for further remnants. Because that has a higher impact on the loot than what's in the remnant. Like, sorry, like right here, Bond is the best one, but it doesn't get Bond until the very end here, which sucks. So yeah, going off of what's in the remnant is gonna always net you, and there's certain runes that you should always prioritize. The most important ones, Bond is the top one. You should always prioritize trying to get Bond early in your chain. After Bond, it's probably Opulent or Power. I would weight them about the same as far as importance towards how much loot you get per expedition. And then it's like I would put Death, Time, and Rebirth in the same category. Oh, I forgot Oath. So when you have Bond, Oath is actually Oath's just plays straight into your Bond rune. So I would say Oath with Bond is like S tier. Oath on its own is bad. So you don't want that, but like Oath with Bond is like S tier, and then and then it would be like Power, and then like I would put Opulent Power at the same place, and then it would be like, after that it would be probably Death and Time and Rebirth, all in the same tier. But like this map doesn't have anything great as far as like the locked in runes until late, and there's not a lot of high socket counts here. So, like, this is not going to be a good map. I can already tell you. Just from, like, I've done enough of these that I can tell you almost exactly how many divs are going to drop based on just what I have locked in. And, like, right now, I'm going to say it should be around maybe 5 div at most. It's going to drop, like, 5 raw div. If we don't include, like, the 2 div that you get from the remnants. Just because of what's locked in. Which is fine. That's why you have to. That's why when I'm doing testing, I have to get like a large sample size, like 20 to 40 maps worth of currency tracking data to actually like determine if something's working properly. Because of that RNG variance. But I am like, I already kind of know the answer to if item rarity is working. I'm just doing it to like, for posterity at this point. I already know it doesn't affect the remnants, really at all. I know, and I know for sure monster rarity has 0 impact on anything. Like, monster rarity is horrible. Okay, there's an opulent. Opulent with nothing else, though. There's no good runes, like socket counts after this one. I honestly should make it like a rune setup, like tier list or something like that. This is actually more than... This is gonna be the problem with this. Like, I can't determine what's gonna be, like... I guarantee this is already gonna be more loot from monster markers. I cannot track just this. The rarity of the item rarity on tablets, it's like, it's kind of like a... It's kind of weird, because, like, it's obviously going to increase the amount of, like, divs and stuff you find because of the monster markers. Like, and I can't just, like, avoid all monster markers. Because, like, you hit those, like, just pathing. They're everywhere. Especially on, like, this map. Like, there was another div from a monster marker. I picked up, like, 4 divs this map from monster markers. So, 7, 6... Oh, I forgot to do the monster count on that last one. 7 div, 6 chaos, and then 3 greater chaos. With 59, 245, and 437. Yeah, so that's the problem, is figuring out what the correct margin of error is from the monster markers. And without redoing everything, which would take like 120 more GE maps to do, and only counting currency dropped from the remnants, it becomes almost impossible. Alright, let's see here. We have... Oh, I need more tablets. And that tablet set did not last very long. So the other ones, all the other data sets had like 11 1x plus 7s on them, so I need to get it to like around there.
Traveled.
Just for like keeping everything somewhat level. Okay, so this is power rune. No, that's oath. So oath is only good with bond when you have bond with it. Okay, so no bond, we re-roll that. That's not crap. Okay. Okay, what's up here? Soul. Okay, that can get re-rolled. Man, the re-rolls with no waste 1% really suck. Nothing good there. Re-roll. That's the guaranteed plus 7, I'm thinking. Man, still no bond. That's rough. I mean, that locks in power. That locks in Oppie. Okay, so... the way I'm gonna path this is probably gonna be like this. Runic monsters are duplicated, doesn't do anything. It's a dead thing. What was down here again? Oh yeah, that was crap. Okay. Random monster markers here. So... the item rarity is making it really hard to judge the div count. I'm gonna be completely honest. It makes it really hard to judge div count. Could you... no, go. No, not on the desk. You can lay anywhere but on top of my desk. On top of, like, all the power cables from the computer. No. Alright. Chaos. This now goes this way. So that's a bond. I think I'm locking in power and opulence still. I just one-shot that boss. That boss got deleted. So, delete everything. Yo, what's up, RM? is it going? No, here. I need to figure out where the monster is. There it is. Found it! You know, they can fix that problem so easily. All they have to do is basically make it like if something is like within like, say like off screen, like a distance that's not your entire screen from the remnant, then like it just counts as being dead and it progresses. Or go to Breach Stronghold. I say this like every day, it annoys me. Can you lock in Wisdom Rune after Opulent, or will it brick the Opulent? So yeah, so basically if you lock in Wisdom Rune first, it bricks Opulent. If you lock in Opulent Rune first, it bricks Wisdom. So it's just like, it depends on which one you do first. Completely. How's it going? Any changes in the expedition? I think I'm seeing a lot more like all +7 maps, but like other than that, no, not really. Nothing that like noticeable at all, at least. Right now I'm testing like blue tablets and rarity tablets as I get like more boss nodes like unlocked and like ready to go. So I'm testing like just blue rarity tablets as I path to bosses and grab currency. Okay, where's the mod? Like, why is this 5 screens away? Oh, get up. I did go through and double up the sample size on what else? On the white tablets, the socket testing, and the blue waystone percent tablets, but there was basically no notable change on that. Like, it stayed consistent. Everything is still pointing towards waystone percent being the scalar for remnant quality. Like, across like 3 separate data sets. Like that one just locked in on wisdom. But since I already have opulent, see the wisdom doesn't do anything. Locked in. But honestly, I don't think this is gonna change anything as far as like data goes. Runic monsters are duplicated still doesn't work on anything. Yeah, I'm having fun with it, honestly. Alright, let's see. That was 8 to 20 chaos. And 4 graders. 89. There. It's really hard to see if it's like, I don't know how like so like anyone in chat have any ideas? Because like if I'm testing just item rarity, right? I made the mistake earlier that I didn't track just the items that were dropping from the currency from the remnants, right? So now that I'm just tracking item rarity, it's going to be a big increase because of monster markers. Because the effectiveness and everything else like works on those monster markers. It just doesn't work on the actual remnants.
Of course.
You plasma tenacity, you switch games too much.
Another step.
I usually do too, but I kind of decided I need to stop doing that. If I want to see actually like any kind of growth, I need to just like stick with the same game for like a good amount of time here. Okay, that can stay. That's a rebirth. Like, I know I'm gonna create outliers with monster with this here. Fortunately, I think that's a 10 div rune too. But, like, that's not gonna help me. That's only 3 annulments. Okay, that's not as bad. I missed one of the caves. You can stay there. Okay, let's see here. You know, you gain XP so slow, I don't think I'm ever gonna hit 100. Like, the amount of times I kill myself to sprint, like, I have no idea how I'm gonna hit 100. Like, that's all that kills me, unless I get randomly one-shot by, like, 100 mobs, then it's a sprint that gets me killed. Okay, this done. Divs. I also need to go run like 2 more of the all +7 maps just for like to keep it even. Okay, got that. Okay, Rancid Nest. Okay, so, oh, this is the last one. I think this is the last remnant, and then everything else is going after the caves. See, this one didn't really have good loot, but the rune setup sucked. Like, there was no Bond rune, there was no Oath rune, there was no Power rune. Or, like, there was, like, no Opulent, so, like, it was just bad. Alright, so what was that? 2 divs. Okay. That was only 2 divs, 3 annuls, and 3 chaos. With 3 greater chaos. And 49 rare monsters, 49, 130, and 266. Sulfur mines. Yeah, I still don't have the mirror recipe yet. It's like one of the only things I'm missing is the mirror recipe. What was the conclusion to power scaling? It does basically nothing. I need to test monster rarity scaling with a duo. Or sorry, item rarity on gear with a good call bot that has like 500% plus item rarity. I need to do that still, but I just haven't done it yet. And then I need to test, what else did we need to test? That's about it. After I finish this, like, the just blue tablet rarity here, I'll probably want to test the item rarity on gear scaling.
Speak.
KG, what are you doing? KG, come here. Come here. I gotta get rid of the cat, guys. I'll be right back. Why are you being naughty, huh? Okay. The cat has been removed. Let's do remnants on that one. Alright, let's see. What's this? 2 divs. That can stay because it has a good... it doesn't really have a good... I mean, it's still 2 raw divs. I usually don't re-roll those. That's got Rebirth. Locked in, which is decent. What's this one? Again, 2 divs. With a locked in Death Rune. Fine. Oh, this is probably one of the best goalie layouts I've ever seen. Like, it's not complete trash. Okay, we just locked in time. I don't need that. So, Oath. Don't have that yet. See, what I need is Bond. Okay, so what am I leaving on the table here? Well, this is one of these, like, rerolls to, like, an Alder Slug or something. I don't care, but, like, for the most part... Shit. Shit. Okay, that's 2 that I need to grab, then. I don't even think there is a way for me to grab all those. I can grab this one, and then... Okay, I can grab it that way. Not a great layout. Map sucks in general, but, like, it is not the worst goalie layout I've seen where I had to leave literally, like, 7 or 8 remnants. Overall, though, so far this is making a good amount of div. On the rarity testing. Granted, I hope it would make div, because, like... Spent enough money on maps and everything here. Do not let me forget to remember to go and do those things there. I want the mirror recipe. I've never found a mirror. Okay, that's kind of mid, but like... So if item rarity is working on the monster markers, it might change what you want. So it could be just you want waystone percent, item rarity, and +2 random map mods, and then nothing else matters. Because like I'm not even gonna bother like isolate testing rare monsters. There's no reason to. It doesn't do anything. Like like I'm not gonna go waste a bunch of money doing that on something that I already know the answer to, type thing. Like right there, that was just a random div off a monster marker. Not even a remnant. That's the problem with this. Like, you're getting, like, with trying to do, like, item rarity, because, like, the loot's always going to be better. Because of monster markers that you can't avoid. Like, that was another raw div off a monster marker right there. That was like 3 raw divs off monster markers alone. So, 14 div there. Yeah, 3 raw divs off. There was like 4 divs right there off the monster markers alone. So like I don't know, it's like hard to like compare this to see like, oh, if this is better than waystone percent, because like with just the amount of like
Gold is useless to me. Take it.
raw divs that you're getting off monster markers, it's gonna automatically be better. Yeah, shit, I'm already up to 100 divs today.
Another step on the
Okay,
road
locked in
less.
opulent. 100% of the time we're taking that. Okay, what is this? We got... That'll stay, even though it doesn't lock anything good in or impactful in. That'll get re-rolled. Reroll that. Locked in Soul Rune. Runic monsters are duplicated. The problem is it doesn't work. It should be like the best mod in the game, but it doesn't work. Now there does like the 50% more rare monsters one. Okay, what am I leaving over here? Is that an older saga? Okay, yeah. I can't leave that. Can leave that. I'll leave that. Okay, so... Let's see if I can, like, free up enough, like... There's no way. I'm gonna have to, like, cut out something big to get to that, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to cut out that whole loop right here. Like, this whole loop has to go. Maybe this frees up enough bombs? Yeah, this might actually be enough. Here. Yeah, there we go. Right there. That works. Any mirrors yet with this? No. Bro, I haven't found a... I've never, like, after like 3,000 hours in this game, I've never found a mirror. But, like, honestly, I haven't actually been running, like, Giga setup. Like, I've been running, like, test setups. Like, right now, I'm just using blue tablets with just item rarity on them, right? So I haven't actually been, like, running the ideal optimal setup, because I'm still trying to do testing, because, like, there's so many people that are like, oh, it's wrong. Oh, there's not enough sample size, you know? So I'm trying to, like, eliminate that entire argument. Like, there was one dude that took all the socket testing data that I did, ignored every other data point that was pointing towards, like, that's pointing towards waystone percent, then took it, normalized the data for socket testing per map for, like, so he normalized the amount of sockets per map, and then used that to say, oh, it doesn't do anything. It's like, bruh, it was already normalized for the total socket count. Like, well, and then, like, made a whole, like, post on it. It's like, dude. And the problem with doing that is, you're basically implying that the more remnants a map has, it adds, like, a background multiplier to the remnant quality, which there's nothing to support that. So it's just kind of misleading. So, like, I'm trying to, like, just, like, get enough data to, like, to the point where it, like, it's no longer even a question, you know? Sorry, what, sorry for asking, what build is this? This is Falling Thunder here. And you don't have to apologize for asking, you're good. There you go. Here's my MOBA. Build planner there. It does like 150 million plus DPS. I can make it do more, but like, I'm at the point where like it doesn't really, it won't change much for me. So yeah, I pushed the socket testing up to 400 sample size for like tracked remnants, and I pushed the I doubled up the white tablets, and I doubled up the waystone percent tablets to like 40, and it really didn't change anything on the actual overall statistics. It's still like a 20% more, or loot drops on 40% waystone tablets over white tablets, which there's really nothing to that would explain that other than waystone percent is working, and basically everything is like pointing towards waystone percent working still. He's I went for distance, gonna affect 222k. I don't even know what I'm at. I'm at like almost 80% evasion, max out deflection chance, and like almost 10,000 energy shield if everything's rolling. So it's probably pushing close to like, I'm probably close to that, honestly. But the problem with this item rarity test is, like, it's not gonna, like, I already know the results are gonna be skewed. Like, it doesn't make any sense. That it wouldn't be because of the, whatchamacallits. Because of monster markers that I can't avoid. Okay, where is the monster that's keeping everything here alive? Same numbers as you, so I have a little more energy shield. Yeah, so it's probably really like everything's probably up there then. I mean, the only thing that usually kills me is me being stupid and sprinting into like an enemy mob pack. That's like what kills me 90% of the time, right? I'll like hit the dodge button and I'll just hold it down for just a little bit too long and it just like starts sprinting or something like that. That's what kills me. Your Spirit Walker Twister. That makes sense. I mean, I could very easily make it do like double the like significantly more damage, but it's kind of at the point that's like, what's that? Why? You know? Like, if I was playing in, like, a 6-man group, maybe, like, consistently, maybe I would need more damage, but even then, like, I'm doing, like, 150 mil DPS. Like, I could, like, maybe then I would, like, want to push it to, like, 200, 300, 400 mil, but, like, there's not a point when I'm doing this, you know? Is that the Elder Saga, aka the end of this? No, that's Catagans, okay. So got a couple to go here. The amount of like 50% increased rare monster little things that I grabbed on this map, right? And I've only found 48 rare monsters so far is hilarious. Like, why is that even here if it doesn't work? Same thing with rune monsters are duplicated. What's the point of it if it doesn't work? So what was that? That was 5 divs, and that was so that wasn't even great. That was like 5 divs, 16 chaos, and 2 annulments. Nothing else, basically. $297 and 470 of that. I have so many of these shrine scepters at this point, dude. I literally just don't even bother with them anymore.
Go.
And I am completely full on Varus. Oh, that was an Alder Saga too. I need to put that down on the notes. Back to the grind. See you another time. Alright, man. Have fun. Thanks for stopping by. I really wish I could just bulk buy these with a controller and I'd have to spam the button over and over and over and over again to get it to go. Okay, get rid of this.
What is it? A useful trade. Of course.
Okay, what else do I need to grab here? I need more 1x7s. I'll just do this one 1x8. Problem is, so far, this is like way over everything else.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Actually, I don't know. I don't think it is tracking over +2 random map mods. Okay, that's crap. What is this time? Okay. What do we got here? One div. This down here is like something amazing. I'm not even gonna, like, there's pathing down here is pointless. Yeah, that's a rune I already have, and it's one div. I'm not gonna waste like 5 bombs going down there when I have limited to begin with. And this map's layout is mid. There's the guaranteed 8. Oxen Opulent. Patigans again. Okay, so the ones that I'm not grabbing up here at the top, there's no way I have enough bombs to get to them, but I need to double check if they're like Alder Sagas or something good. No, these are mid. Okay, that's what does matter. A big part of the problem is I don't even think I have the recipe for the mirror. Though, it's probably why I haven't seen mirrors yet. Okay, grab all this. That's why I keep checking the caves, because I don't have the mirror recipe. If I did, I probably would have found a mirror by now, honestly. I don't think I have the lock recipe either. How do you get the recipe? Basically just running the caves. And, like, sometimes you'll find one that gives you another recipe. And since the caves were disabled for, or, like, bugged out and weren't spawning for a good amount of time, yeah. I just don't have it. If you hit B in your hideout, you can bring up your recipe list. It'll tell you all the recipes that you have unlocked. If you're on keyboard and mouse, I don't know the controller binding for it. I think it's like L1 or R1 or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, I'm not even sure. I know you get it from the caves, I just don't know which one it is that drops it. I'm sure there's a specific cave type that drops it, that has recipes in it. I just don't quite recall the name of it. Yay. Map's basically done after this one. I think there's one more room in it. Not an amazing map to loot, though. That deflection right there, the life recoup on deflection, just saved me from that bleed. It would have just killed me on that bleed if I didn't have that. The thing that like recoups 15% of the life you the damage you prevented with deflection, and it gives you back as like recouped life. Yeah, that just saved me. Especially since it like prevents like 40% of your incoming damage at 95% of the time. Without that, it's just basically GG. I'll probably end up making a video on, because I would basically the first two videos I did on Expedition were basically just me going over statistics, right? But I didn't actually see like go over like in depth like how to set up your runes and how to do the chains or anything like that. So I should probably make an in-depth video for that side of it, and then also go over like any of the new data that I've gotten or something like that here. So that was like terrible. That was 5, 6, and 2 perfects, or was that, yeah, 2 perfects. Nothing else. Okay, so monster count was what? 45 rares, 269. Like, right now, I can tell you for sure that item rarity is doing something, but I don't think it has any effect on the remnants. I think it's literally doing something because of monster markers. Okay, I don't want to do an all +7 right this second. I mean, I need to do, I can do one more, technically. But I need more 1x. Okay, so golly. +3 remnants there. Okay, so this is... I think the other ones had like 11 to 10 1x ones, so I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I need to do like more 1x's to like even out that there.
Another step on the
Okay. Mid. Reroll automatically. Okay, that is either the 1x +7 or a different thing there, so reroll that one. Bond rune. Bond is the best rune in the game, so we're not rerolling that, because that's locked in. Reroll that one. That one. So now I basically am forced to go over and get that bond rune. Which kind of sucks, but like, whatever. It's kind of weird that it's not giving me, like, the same distance. Okay, I can grab both of those. Grab that bond. I'm gonna skip that one. Just because it'll cost me an extra bomb to get that one. That I would rather not use. Oh yeah, like I'm already at 9 bombs. I haven't even touched any of the runes on this side of the map yet. Because this map sucks. Okay, so how do I get to that? I need like one more bomb somewhere. Maybe I don't. Here, need one more bomb. Maybe I could just do this. Yeah. Either way, it's gonna take me giving up something that I want or one more bomb. Where can I free up a bomb? I can't. Shit. Guess I'm gonna have to give something up. Welcome to Golly, where you can never grab everything you need. Yep. There's no way I get to that. I have to give up Bond Rune or something important to get it.
What is buried will be revealed.
And that's the problem with this map in particular, is the layout is just so bad that you never can grab everything. I would say this Gully and Bleach Shoals by far are the worst two, because like Bleach Shoals almost mirrors Gully's layout in a lot of ways, and it's just like they're just bad. They're too big. The maps themselves are just too big. You can never get to all the bombs, to all the remnants. You always have to leave like 50% of them. And a lot of times it's like you're having to leave stuff that's actually really high socket in order to prioritize good rune setups. It's really like kind of a bad situation on especially Gully. And then you have like maps like Basin that basically you could delete the entire map and like every monster marker, every chest, every remnant with and then still have extra bombs left at the end. This is... Thanks for the follow, Sarav Miles. Guess who? I don't know. It's Sarav. Well, oh. I mean... I just... Okay, I'm confused here. Alright, let me see. You said guess who? And I was like, okay, do I know you from like a different channel or like one of the other platforms? It's just a different name, and he's like, no, it's just it's Sarav. And I'm really terrible with names to begin with. I was gonna say Miles, it's much easier. At the moment, I am testing, Rarity tablets to see if there's an increase over, like, just Waystone % tablets on Grand Expeditions, but, like, it's not really, like, it's not seeming like there's much of an increase. It's basically confirming what I already knew, that that Rarity, past increasing the amount that you get out of the monster markers, does basically next to nothing for Grand Expeditions. But yeah, I'm doing Elder Saga's Grand Expeditions basically right now. Okay, good. And I already wrote all that down. I did not write down how many monsters I killed, though. On the sheet, let me do that really quick. What was the kill count there? Terrible. 380, 218, and 65. Okay. The problem is if I can't really do those those all +7s, because they just make massive outliers. Are you on keyboard and mouse? I'm on controller right now. I sometimes I'll use keyboard and mouse for like some like what minor inventory management it will let you do on keyboard and mouse, but for the most part, I'm usually on keyboard and controller here. I need to go grab the map. I forgot.
Yes.
Does water have cities? No. Other than trying to degroup. Oh, maps and invite leechers. Oh, Grand Expedition. Without a doubt, Grand Expedition. So yeah, there's no cities, there's no delirium in GE, but GE is still the hardest content you're gonna find. Like, there's nothing that comes close to it as far as like difficulty goes, because like once you get like your runes set up going, if you have like a good runes chain, stuff will get to the point where it has like hundreds of millions of HP. But yeah, GE is by far probably the most profitable, especially older sagas.
Another step on
Okay, one. That's not great. Locked in opulent. That is good. Okay, what do we got here? That's a reroll. That's either death or time. I don't remember with. Oh yeah, that is actually no oath. But if I don't have a bond, it doesn't. Oath doesn't matter. Okay, reroll that. Here, you only die in GE? I am on like 3 different platforms, man. It's not just Twitch. If you tried doing group play, yeah, I have. I don't usually do it if I'm testing like specific tablets, but group play on GE is extremely profitable. You're talking like sometimes on the upwards of like 30 to 50 raw divs in a map, if you have it set up properly. I forgot that I didn't bring enough stuff for re-rolling. No, Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. I don't usually do on. I mean, I could stream Kick, but I don't usually do that. Okay, so I want to lock in that opulent as soon as possible here. I'm not gonna have enough bombs to get to half of the stuff I want to grab, though. Like, I can't get to anything that's down here. Where am I leaving? Bond rune. That's nothing major. Eh, whatever. Okay. I'm not leaving anything huge. Do I get leechers? I don't usually need another DPS. I do like like 200 million DPS, so I don't ever really need that. Most like lately I've been doing like random like testing for this and like to figure out what's actually working, what's not, type thing. So basically I have to do that. Most of that testing has to be done solo, otherwise it screws up the data. But if you do enough DPS, yeah, you can definitely just grab a bunch of leechers. They can, and there's also like tricks. It's not just like, oh, this is a high socket. Like if you don't set the rune like your chains up properly, you can have like all +7 maps, which is like the best thing you can get. That'll give you 4 div. You have to like know how to set up the runes properly, and like I'm gonna make a guide on that soon. Like I haven't done it yet. I need to. Like it's on the list of stuff that I want to get done. Takes time to set up. They leave pretty quick. So you gotta set it up again. I mean, I've made over 100 raw div. And I'm not even like I'm running blue tablets with just item rarity on them. And that's just like on the raw div, that's not counting like chaos or anything else like that. And like this is like doing testing. I'm not using like the optimal like waystone percent +2 random mod like setup. I'm using blue tablets with just one modifier on them, and like the same tier 16 map that I do for that I've used for basically all the testing. So technically, at the end of the day, it doesn't really there's only a couple things that actually have any kind of like this, like right there. That was a monster marker, perfect chaos orb. I'm gonna say item rarity is probably worth running on the tablets along with +2 random map mods, just for the simple fact that like it boosts what you get out of the monster markers significantly. It doesn't really have an impact on remnants, but like you're getting so much extra loot out of the monster markers that it makes it worth it. I tried with leeches, it takes some time to set up. You're not wrong, it does take a little bit of time to set up. Yo, what's up, Jeff? And the problem is, if you rush to set it up, you could end up messing something up and not have like the right rune order or something like that. And you're just basically costing yourself a ton of loot at the end too, which is also not ideal. Why play the bad PoE when the good PoE is a new lake? Because I want to play this one. There's still plenty of like people interested in this one too right now. Like, And calling PoE 2 the bad PoE is kind of wild. Aren't the reviews on the new league for PoE 1 like just terrible? Like the economy's like I've been watching like this stuff and everyone's like it's not great. Perfect. Exalt. Okay, so now I need to check how much I got. I got 9 chaos, 5 div. So 5, 9, 1. Oh, is the input by factor of 20 minimum? I feel like you're just pulling random stats out with like no data that I could get up. I have Discord messages. This is mid. But most of these tunnel caves are just crap.
Go on. A useful time is of the essence.
Okay, Remnant, I mean, I don't have a lot of Alki on this data set. What's this one actually right here? Oh, Golly 1x7. Okay, yeah, we'll do that one. I need more of those anyways. One X plus 7. So far, it's not looking like item rarity's doing much. Like it was starting off really strong for GE, but now it's basically leveled out to the point where it's like almost like within margin of error of like waystone percent. I mean, opulent off the start. Yeah, opulent's the best. Okay, what do we got here? Reroll. Reroll. Alright, nothing great there. Okay, so grab this one, and then this one, and then out to the other side of the map, I guess. Probably won't even get over there. Yeah, there is a 1x plus 7 here somewhere. It's like a default plus 7, and I haven't found... I don't know where it is. Maybe I already got... Yeah, it's right here. So... Yay, the problem with Gully strikes again. Even if you use all of the bombs, you're still gonna have to leave half the remnants. It's so annoying. What do we got here? We got Soul Rune, and I'm gonna go with the Time Rune. Oh yeah, the whole layout on Gully is bad. Gully doesn't have a single good layout. This is the problem. There's not a single layout that's good on this map. The other one that's really bad, like I guarantee you, if I tracked every single map spawn every single map that I have data on, and I normalized it for each data set, and then put it as like a tier list of which maps were best, Gully would consistently be at the bottom right next to Bleach Shoals. And Basin would be at the top, probably followed by Grazed, and then probably Craggy or Scorched. Ruins would be right behind Gully and Bleached, and then I would say probably Lush Isle after that, because like that's another one where it's really hard to get all the remnants. You just have to leave too many of them, usually, because of the way it's laid out. All the maps are generally like really wide open is what's best usually, you know? So far I'm like 20 maps in to just blue tablet item rarity testing, and it's like the difference over the white waystone percent tablets, or even the white tablets, is kind of like... I mean, there is a difference, but it's not like anything that can't be explained by monster markers. That's the biggest problem, is like I can't really like, because like normally I would say 15 for 10 to 15% is margin of error, right? But with item rarity due to monster markers, I would almost push that up to 30%, like being like an expected like variance rate over the rest of the data testing, simply because of the monster markers. And then effectiveness, I don't think is going to have a change at all. I think effectiveness is basically just a dead stat in here. Especially when you combine it with like +2 random map mods, you're getting so much of it. And same thing with item rarity, honestly. When you combine it with +2 random map mods, you're getting so much item rarity, effectiveness, and everything else that like it doesn't really make too much of a difference. $261, $109. And how many of those? 53. Alright, so what do we have here? 3 div, 1 grade, 3, 11, and 1 grader. Any annulments? No. Okay, so if I go through and I zero out everything here that doesn't have anything that were dropped for it. You know where we see a significant downtick so far? Is greater chaos is like perfect exalts and chaos swords, because like we're not running the waystone percent, so we're not seeing those in the remnants as often. Here. Except for the one map that I found 5 perfect exalts on. Alright, so what are we looking like on average here? Equal, average, 6.6. Equal, 9.7. 0.55. And 0.5. So far, we're like within like expected per average. Like, let's see here. So like, if I did like what 16.8 on the Ramon on the waystone percent here, 0.6 plus 9.7 plus 0.44 plus 0.055. 1.33.5. It's only like at 18.6. I mean, that's within expected margin of error so far. And like that could drastically drop as I get more maps. So it's barely tracking ahead of waystone percent for item rarity.
Speak. I will make use of this. Of course.
How are you?
With significantly less perfect exalts and chaos orbs so far.
All the best.
Which tracks. Because overall, the maps have been much better. So am I out of, like, random 1x plus x's? Okay, we'll do this Exhumed Ruins lucky. It's honestly kind of good to just compare the all plus 5 maps, though, at the same time.
On the road.
Okay, locked in power room rune off the start. Let's go over here and see what we got. We got a perfect chaos. We do not reroll perfect chaos. We reroll. Wait, is that locked in bond? No, locked in life. Yeah, that is actually now a skip. Because that will disable any opulent runes that I have further down the chain. So. Reroll that one. Reroll that one. Okay. Reroll that. Okay, what is over here before I like go out of my way? No. We're gonna go over here to these two. It ain't worth going for that one if it's not like if there's nothing in it. And it's not a high socket count, so it's a waste of time. I can stay. I don't have a locked-in opulent, so taking that locked-in bond will just disable thing. I need to go check the 4 up here, make sure there's nothing like high value like Alder's Lock. This one's also really bad for layouts though. Like this is another one like you can never get to everything. All right, yeah, this is what it's got to be. I'm not even gonna count the +3 extra remnants from this map because I wasn't able to, I had to leave 3 remnants. Alright, there we go. You know what's funny? I think this build would also not be terrible on Deadeye. Because the extra projectiles. Did I get something here? Thank you. Oh, there we go. There's the free perfect chaos, that's 5 div. See, what I need to get eventually is I need to get a mage blood. I need to go, the one I was on when I looked the other day was like 700 divs. I mean, I could probably like grind a couple days and actually afford it if I wasn't testing for stuff, but like, eh. Mainly just to like increase my movement speed. Not so much the damage. I mean, I lose damage over Headhunter. I mean, I could pick that up elsewhere. That's not a problem. But it would be more for the movement speed and the set just for setting this up for doing like additional testing faster. And the pathing would be a lot faster too with a Mage Blood with that extra like 45% move speed. Would be huge. Can't leave Chaos Orbs. I have to. That's what one of the things I'm tracking for loot. Thanks for the follow, Zero. This conversation, you think at the moment, everyone has 600, you can't see. Into stop. Got 2 locks, nothing except divs the last 3 weeks. Okay, so they didn't nerf it. Oh, what have you been running, Zero? As far as like what's on your tablets and everything. I actually think they kind of buffed it. I'm seeing a significant, like, I swear I'm seeing more all +7s than I was before. Dude, that was terrible. 1 div. I just, it's kind of, I don't even pay attention to the visuals, honestly. So what I know, like, there's a lot of things about the waystone percent not doing anything, but the data basically is this, and I'll go over it right now. White tablets, match with any mods, 20k, so 100, 37 plus wave plus mods. So Rarity seems to have a very small impact. So what Rarity seems to be doing is it increases the amount of loot that you're actually getting from the monster markers, but has almost no impact on the remnants themselves. And it works the same way for effectiveness. And that's kind of what I'm tracking right now. Waystone percent, if you look at like, so I just doubled the sample size on waystone percent yesterday, and I did doubled it on socket testing. So having high waystone percent, we're still seeing a 68%. So we're still seeing like a 70% increase on 6 sockets, like a 15% increase on 7, and like a 62% increase on 8s, and like 100% more 9 sockets with waystone percent testing on the tablets. And then it's like 20% less 3 and then 4 sockets. So like there's like 400 data points there that I've done that is suggesting that waystone percent is affecting the amount of sockets we see, like the recipe rarity. And then Bluetooth 2 mods also will affect your waystone percent, which then obviously will affect the recipe rarity, right? But past that, monster rarity does nothing. Rare monsters does nothing. Effectiveness is, it only seems to do anything for the monster markers. So, like, the only 2 real things that, you absolutely should be chasing is, like, 40% waystone and then plus 2 random mods, and then, like, use a tier 15 with, like, 150% waystone percent on it, and that'll net you some good, and then, like, for extra... Yeah, so, and then for, like, extra, what I would do is I would put on top of that running, just like some item rarity if you can on the maps, because like the item rarity does help, it just doesn't actually affect what's dropping from your remnants. But like you're gonna be hitting monster markers the whole time through anyways, and you're gonna see a pretty decent impact from those with item rarity. Effectiveness, I haven't tested like specifically just for effectiveness yet, so I'm not gonna say it's an impact or it's not. But you gotta also remember the cost of the tablets. Item rare 35% waystone percent plus 2 random mods is fairly cheap versus trying to go for effectiveness, etc, everything else. Right now, playing 110 gear random with max waystone. Yeah, so that's basically what the meta. That's what I would go for. That's what everything is pointing for as far as all the data that I have. And like, here, 1% loot for monsters. Another thing that you could do is switch to swamp biome, because you drop so many exalts. Like, there's too many exalts for me to even pay attention to, right? So there's too many exiles for me to even pay attention to. So I loot filter those out, right? So swamp will turn your exiles into chaos, which is useful. So like I would recommend like swamp or water or mountain biome, depending. Swamp is probably going to be the most consistent, honestly. But past that, like if the data changes, like so far on testing, which it hasn't, and they like it starts showing that waystone percent doesn't work, I'll probably put out a different video. But like so far, there's like I did 40 maps on white so far tablets testing waystone percent, and there was no real change like on that. It basically I stayed identical when I doubled the sample size on white on blue versus blue waystone percent tablets. So yeah, I would just honestly just stick with what you're doing. There's certain maps that are definitely better than others. Like I will like come out. So what I would say is like try and prioritize like something fishy for rumors. It's dry at least. I think that's the one for basin. So something fishy. So like Baron and Basin are by far the best. There's not, and then the ones that you would want to tend to kind of avoid on your older sagas, Golly and Bleach Shoals are by far the two worst. And it's not even close. When you compare it to everything else, they are like 50% worse than almost every other map. As far as loot drops, simply because of the layouts on them. They have really terrible layouts. You end up having to leave most of the remnants. And then after that one, after those two, I'd have to say it's probably Ruins is also not far behind Bleached and Gully. Because again, it's just those maps are just way too big and you end up having to leave way too many of the remnants for it to be like worth running those. But like again, if anything changes on testing on data, I'll just update it with like a video. Like I don't care either way here. If like it ends up like there's more data that I get and it ends up like waystone percent chance looks like it's not doing anything, like that's fine too. But like so far, after like 400 remnants tested and like 40 maps on waystone percent blue tablets versus 40 maps on white tablets, waystone percent definitely seems to have a pretty heavy impact on what you're getting for loot. Like I have these all +7s here. I need to actually run one of them for the this, but yeah. Item rarity does have an impact because of like it's not because like oh, it's increasing what you get out of the remnants. It's increasing actually what you get out of the monster markers, which is like basically kind of remnant adjacent. But another thing that's really important is how you path your runes, right? So the biggest thing is like is how you lock in everything. Yeah, so that just happens. I've had all +7 maps drop 2 div before. It does happen. And the reason that is, it's how the runes that you lock in, right? So like if you pay attention to this, the ones you want to chase for runes, like there's a like a straight up tier list, and I mean I gotta put out an actual tier list and explain it, but like I haven't done that yet. So basically, Bond Rune is king. Bond Rune reigns supreme over everything else. Okay. Then, when you get a locked-in Bond Rune early, the next thing you want to try and go for is Oath Rune, because they feed into each other, right? So that's how you get those monsters that have, like, 20 modifiers on them, which is, like, increases... Yeah, no, Death is mid, compared to Bond. So Bond is the one that gives everything, like, 20 monster modifiers, and then when you get Oath on top of Bond, it's what... they just feed into each other constantly. So that's how you get like the insane maps. And then after Bond, and Oath, that combo, I would say you want to go for Opulent and then Power. And then after that, I would put Time, Death, and Rebirth all about the same tier. But definitely Death, I wouldn't worry about Death. Like, Bond should be priority. Alright, I need to check what's in everything here. So right now, like, I don't have a good rune setup right now. Like, that's a lock. And then you gotta pay attention to the wisdom rune bug, too. So if you lock in a wisdom rune, and then you lock in and then you have a locked in opulent, or basically if you lock in a wisdom rune and you have any opulent runes down your chain, it disables every single one of them. Now, if you locked in the opulent rune first, and then you run and get, like, wisdom runes, and there's a locked in wisdom rune, the opulent rune will overwrite the wisdom rune. So, like, this one has Bond. So like that's a priority. I need to get to that one as soon as possible out the gate. That's a locked-in death. That stays. So a lot of times what I do is I don't really pay attention to what's in the remnants as much, unless it's something like jackpot item like Perfect Chaos or Exalts. What I generally will pay attention to is the runes it is locking in for my chain. Here. So like, time is alright, so that can stay. That'll get rerolled because it doesn't have anything good. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab that one. What are we locking in here? Okay, so nothing great, so I'm gonna reroll that. Now that locks in. Okay, so there's way too many locked in, there's no locked in opulence, but there's way too many locked in, here, wisdoms. So that's unfortunate. So, I'm going to have to basically sacrifice the ability to get opulent runes for this one. Okay, so there's nothing there. I'm not going to waste the bombs going for that. There's nothing in that that's worth it. Unfortunately, we have to grab that. Okay, so this is bond. Okay, go up here. Okay, I'm just gonna go straight over here. That bond, grab that. Go over here. This is another locked-in wisdom, but like whatever. So like that, now that I've locked in those wisdoms, there, like I can't grab that. I can't grab this. The opulent right there. Now that those wisdoms are locked in, does nothing. Unfortunately. So, it's kind of like insane. So, like, this should be maybe, if we don't include the 10 div drop, I should see around 10 raw divs. If we don't include that. Just with the rune chain that I set up. If I'm lucky. So, like, once you do enough of these, you'll be able to basically just predict how many divs you get just by your rune chain, because that's the most impactful thing, in my opinion. So, like, the amount of loot you get is, like, your rune chains. What I read is clearly wrong. Yeah, Opulent's one of the best ones. Right? Yeah, so Oath is good when you have Bond, because the way this works is, okay, so here, let me show you. Since you're on Twitch, I can show you. So, if we're gonna assume for a second the Atlas item rarity works on this, right? Okay. So when you look at this passive, it says +1 maximum monster modifiers and 100% increased rarity of dropped items for each monster modifier, and it's mirrored over here. So when you propagate Oath with Bond, and everything has like plus 20 to 20 monster modifiers on it, just these two nodes is equivalent to 4,000% item rarity. That's insane, right? And I believe there's a third one here somewhere too. Yeah, so this one here too. Okay, so this is so now if you look at this, that's 300. When you have 20 monsters, that's 6,000% item rarity when you propagate Oath with Bond. If these nodes work. Which would also greatly explain why when you have those Giga maps where you have Bond and Oath locked in, where it feels like your item rarity on your maps and your gear does nothing. Because when you have 6,000% item rarity or more, when you add in an additional 35% from your tablets and like maybe 50% from your maps, that's like 80%. That's literally increasing your item rarity total by less than 1%, right? So when you have, so that would explain why item rarity does next to nothing. Especially when you're propagating Oath and Bond. And then when you have like Death and Time and Rebirth on top of that, and everything just respawning, it's insane. That's how you end up with those like 15 to 20 raw div maps, right? So, and I think that's where a lot of the misinformation is coming from, and like why people are not getting consistent loot out of here, is because they don't understand. They prioritize completely what's in the remnants and their remnant socket count over what's in what runes you're locking in for later down your chain, right? I'm searching for your notes. Just to see. Do you want the spreadsheet? Here, I got you. I got you here. I'll post it in chat. There you go. There's the spreadsheet. Enjoy. Yeah, I've tested a bunch of stuff so far. Yeah, so Oath and Bond, yeah, it chains off of each other. They feed into each other, like, to an extreme degree. Which, those two runes, when they're propagated, it would make sense why that doesn't matter. Why it doesn't seem to work, for item rarity, because, like, when you're pushing 6,000%, it does nothing. It literally does nothing. The relative gain of, like, the 80% item rarity that you would be getting out of, like, a tablet and a map is less than 1% when you're pushing 6,000%, you know? I was playing tier 15 with 140 and 8 mods, so no difference in difficulty or loot. Yeah, that's kind of like for how it goes too. Like, see, so this is the big problem that a lot of people are not understanding with the waystone percent. The waystone percent does nothing for the loot. Okay, it does nothing. It doesn't change the amount of loot that you get at all. What it affects is the recipe rarity. So when you have waystone percent, it basically affects the occurrence rate of those higher socket things. So with those rare recipes, you see those better runes. So when you have those better runes, then it increases your loot. That's why you see a loot increase with waystone percent. It's because it's directly scaling the recipe rarity. It's nothing to do with the loot drops. Now, I haven't finished testing if tier 16 120% are worth the running, if there's like a significant change. I need to finish that testing. I need to go like get like 3, that's gonna be like, that's just throwing divs down the drain to test though, unfortunately. Saw 410s, I started doing that. Yeah. Yeah, so I definitely think that's how it works. How do you get all the ice explosions? I'm running high out of ice right now. I changed it, is all. I swap between thunder and ice a lot, honestly. Like, you see this map? This is an all +7 map, but my rune setup honestly, it kind of sucks. I don't see Bond until the end here, and I have, like, I've found 1 div and 2 chaos so far. Because I haven't seen because none of the good runes are locked in. I have no opulent locked in, I have no bond locked in, I have no oath. I have basically nothing good here. Yeah, I always use Herald of Ash, but I swap the other tiers around depending on like what I'm feeling like for that day. So like this map is gonna be like kind of mid because of that. Like even so, like this map alone proves that all +7 doesn't mean you're gonna get amazing loot. All of that means is you're guaranteed to have higher rune sockets, but if your chain setup sucks, it's still gonna be shit loot. And this chain setup sucks. Yeah, I'm running Wanderlust in my runes, like in my runic meridian, for like sockets. That's where I have my Aldra's Legacy. I have a Wanderlust in there, so I'm completely immune to slows. Yeah, I almost never run Mageblood. Like, I don't even have a Mage Blood. I just always run Headhunter, because it's just, like, for the most part, it's just better. More DPS. Like, if it wasn't for that 1+10 div drop, this map would have been terrible. You know? And it's an all +7 map. You would think all +7 is guaranteed to be, like, insane loot. It's not. The loot is entirely determined by the amount of good runes you have set up. Yeah, exactly. So okay, so let's exclude 10 of these divs, right? If I didn't get that drop, that would have been a 2 div, 14 chaos, 3 enrollment map. That would have been terrible. You know? That would have been a 2 div map. Without that without that one there. Controller work? Or is controller dead? Or is game frozen? I think game is frozen. I got disconnected. Oops. Okay. How much rarity do you have? 165%. Yeah, I got you here. Right now, I'm running the same thing I was for all the testing. Normally, if I was actually after loot, this wouldn't be desert. This would be on swamp. If I was chasing loot. The only reason this is on desert is because I did all the other tests on desert. So I have to keep it consistent. Otherwise, it just messes up the data. So, like, I can't change this, like, on a whim. This is this here. And then I have this. And then I have this. So basically, it's just 1, 1, 1 all across the board, and then 6.
This is all we have. As useful, of course.
1% more loot. You could do that. I haven't tested anything like that, honestly. I just know the power rune is really strong. So that's why I'd usually just leave that on there. Yeah, I'm just gonna open those two up. I don't even care if they have more than 3 rumors. I just need more maps. Like, I've made enough div. I'm well over 100 div plus today, so I'm just gonna open these up. That's fine. Okay. It gives me more maps to run that I don't have to worry about going in. Is there another one here that has, like, that's not, like, a guaranteed 2? The last of all, nothing to drink. Sulfite, we'll just open that up, too. That's 3, that's fine. So, like, okay, so you see Basin here? Basin is, like, an insane map. No matter what. Basin's always going to be good. Basin is, by far, probably one of the best maps in the game. If I went... Did you intend to stream in portrait mode on YouTube? Yeah, I stream on both of them. Or is only the portrait one active right now? Yeah, there should be both of them alive. So basically, Basin, I kind of want to do that. I want to like take all the data and normalize it for each data set, and then tier every map for each data set. That would be like, and then like do an actual like data-driven map tier list, because I think that would be fun.
The road less traveled.
But like, no matter what, Basin's gonna be on top. All right, so what do we got here? So this is Chaos. So like, this is like. None of these are good locked in runes, so if it's not good locked in rune, I'm just gonna re-roll it. So now that gave me a soul rune locked in, I'll take that. That's usable. Okay, so what does this lock in? This is nothing good. Re-roll it. Again, still not amazing, but it's better than nothing. That's an Alder Saga right there. Alder Saga is the only one with a wisdom rune in the first slot. 5 times random currency could be 5 years. You're not wrong, but my luck with mirrors is non-existent. Yo, do I have a big enough bomb radius at this point? Like, it's like 3 screens over 1 bomb. Alright, so let's see, what do we got? This is not an amazing one, so re-roll. Okay, what's this got in it? So, like, so far, this is a really terrible setup. No idea. Okay. Okay, there's an opulent. What's this got locked in? Nothing great. What was that? Time. So like right now, I can tell you this isn't gonna be a good map. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna find that. So like just based off what I have locked in right now, I can tell you this isn't gonna be a good map. There's no bond on anything here. I've got a locked in opulent, but I don't have a locked in a bond rune. The only thing that this map has going for it right now is that Alder Saga. Otherwise, outside of what I'm gonna find out of the monster chest, I'm gonna say this is gonna be like a 3 to 4 div map at most. And this is how like you'll see at the end like 3 to 4 divs. No, out of the remnants, right? We're not gonna count whatever drops off of the like the monster markers here. We're not gonna count that. We're just gonna like I'm gonna say this is gonna be like 3 to 4 divs at most, if that, out of the remnants. Just based off what's on in the remnant, what my rune setup is. I have to see. I've done way too many of this. So like if it doesn't drop from a remnant here, so we're not gonna count it outside of the Alder Saga. But yeah, this is gonna be like. But that's part of the reason this map is good, though, is because you can detonate the whole map. Like, I literally blew up the whole map and got every chest and every monster marker in here. The only thing that might drop a decent amount of divs is that Perfect Chaos one. But, like, even then, it's not amazing because of the, Okay, so there's the first div from a monster, from a remnant. Here. The 5-bomb Atlas node is effective. Possibly? Okay, where is the monster that is hiding and keeping that alive? There it is. Are you talking about the one from Dory? That basically just gives you a massive blast radius? But only 5 bombs? I think this is the one with the perfect chaos orbs on it. I'm not entirely sure. More maps equals more remnants. This is true. Yeah, the only thing that really makes up for bad rune setups, though, is quite literally the, having a bunch of leechers. Okay, that'll make it up for it. So I said, what, 3 to 4 raws? Divs, not just out of the remnants, due to the rune setup? Wait, 1. So far I've dropped 1 raw div. Yeah, there's an opulent. Now I might start seeing a couple divs drop. So see, amazing map. Really terrible rune setup. Equals terrible loot. So that perfect exile was out of a monster marker, so it doesn't really count towards what we're getting out of the remnants here. Grab that. Still, no divs. Still. Again. Future Saga, no divs. Oh, there's 1. There's 2. I get 1 more div and I'm like right on the money as of the original prediction. That I'm gonna get like 3 raw divs out of this map based on the rune setup. Okay, let's see here. Alright, so I said I would get about 3 raw divs based on the rune setup here. What did we get? I got 2 raw divs. One of these perfect exalts was from there, and then these perfect chaos was from that. So, the rune setup, so what this basically shows everyone in chat here is that the rune setup is key. How you chain the runes together, how you get all of that loot. This is like, and this is the best map in the game. This is Gully. This has the best ad density and the best map, like overall map currency drop in the game, out of every single map. So, what was wrong with that map? The rune setup sucked. That was wrong. There was no Oath rune. There was no Bond rune. There was no Opulent rune till the end. There was no Death, Time, or Rebirth runes. So, that's why there was no loot. Because if you look at this, 66 rare, there was only 66 rare monsters. When you have all those runes, that's when you start seeing maps that have like, especially on Basin, they're like 300 plus rare monsters. That's the difference. That's why the runes are the most important things, and that's why Waystone percent is important. More so than anything else, like item rate or anything. Because those runes completely determine the loot, and like so far from the current data available, Waystone percent affects the amount of high socket remnants you find, which then directly affects the amount of good runes you're gonna find. Because a lot of those higher socket remnants have those higher quality runes locked into them. I totally forgot to track down the stuff, so I need to go through and clip that. Oops. And so I can look, so I can like write it down here. No, I like. Okay. I had to try it for fun, more maps equal more remnants. Alright, so I need to go grab the currency counts here, but I know it was only 2 raw divs. I think it was 2 raw divs, 11 chaos, 3 perfect chaos, and 2 perfect exalts. $320 and $820. $320 and $820. Okay, so copy the link for the clip, and I'll go check that really quick. Actually, I was dead on. It was 2 raw divs, three greater chaos, and then so 2 raw divs, 13 chaos, 3 perfect chaos, 2 perfect exalts, and then it was 3 greater chaos. All right, and an Alder Saga. So 1 Alder Saga. You just need a currency farm. Grand Expeditions is like a money printer.
Go on. A useful trade. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, so that should basically show everyone that like it doesn't really what's in your remnants is the only thing that really has any impact on the loot. Okay, I'm gonna get some something to drink really quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. So, Scorch plus Lucky. Much runes do I have on boots? Legacy of Wanderlust for the slow immunity. And then on here, it's just like the stuff that was needed to craft the boots that I'm wearing. Yeah, so if you're doing Grand Expeditions, you basically have to have Legacy of Wanderlust, or like you have to invest a lot of skill points into getting
Road less traveled.
slow immunity. I forgot rerolls. Oops.
Another step on the road less traveled.
So that rune is crap. No, still, it's bad. Okay, so what is over here? Wait. Is that bond? No, that's soul. That is life, which is not much better. Okay, over here we have great either mid. Again, another life, so I don't want that. This is not looking good. Again, life. Soul. Bond. There we go. There we go. There. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see that bond. Okay, so what's on this? Now we need to see if I can find an oath. That has oath, but it's not locked in. Again, oath, but not locked in. That's life. So far, the only thing that's really going for this map is the bond rune. There's another bond. They don't stack, unfortunately. Okay, so time, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be a shit map too. I can already call it. When's the new reset going to come? I have no idea. Oh, it's assumed like late August is what like the rumor was. Okay, so like we have no oath, but we have bond. But like that means it's going to be a bad map. Like the only real good rune that is locked in right now is bond. I don't want to hit that without hitting the bond rune first. So I'm gonna have to use extra bonds to do it. Yeah, so this map, I will be surprised if it drops more than 3 divs from the remnants. From the chest, we could easily see more than 3 divs, but from the remnants, I will be highly surprised if it drops more than 3. Like, if you want to know how I know that, what's the budget on my build? You could probably do it for like 1,000 divs. The biggest thing is going to be like the staff is going to be expensive and the amulet, but like most past that, it's just like Headhunter. Headhunter's like giving me a good chunk of my DPS. But I'd use it, but it does so much damage. As long as you have Headhunter and like halfway decent gear, you could probably be all right with it. Oh, do you want a link? I can give you my MOBA. Here, give me a second. I got you. Alright, there you go. There's the MOBA. for my build. Okay. So for this, yeah, I'm gonna estimate 3 div. If that. From the remnants, at least. Honestly, this is bad enough it might be a 0 div map from the remnants. Okay, so there's the bond rune. So basically, the only good rune in this map is bond. There's nothing else good. Should I make a video on, like, actual rune chaining and how it determines the loot? Like, should I do that? Because, like, I feel like that's, like, a point of confusion for a lot of people right now. Yeah, this is alders. This is alders, but I'm only using blue tablets because I'm testing right now. Because I've been trying to, like, I've done basically a lot of the, like, the expedition testing to figure out how it has been me. So, like, there's, like, probably, like, 300 maps worth of alders data here. Okay, there's 1 div. I said what? I should be about 3 divs, right? Here. It's kind of fast with joystick. Yeah, that's kind of what I use. I like controller, so it just like, so I don't have. I don't know. I prefer controller for that reason mainly, over keyboard and mouse. Because I feel like the combat plays smoother, even though the inventory management takes a little bit longer on controller over keyboard and mouse. So I just use controller because I don't know. I enjoy the smoother combat. Even with looting is basically like just spam A. Like it doesn't take very long. A good loot filter basically fixes all the problems that you would have with looting. Okay, so now you see how this has a bond rune on it and everything, and you see like all those extra modifiers on some of those. They're like a full list of mods plus 1 extra mod. Now. Lucky to see 3 divs at this map. Okay, that's everything right there. I finished all the remnants. Let's see how many divs I got. I got 2 divs. I said I was gonna get 3 because the map, the thing was like awful, right? I said I'd be lucky if I got 3. I got 2 and 6. You see how I'm basically able to almost predict what I'm gonna get for loot without even just by looking at the runes here. The reason is the runes here's the equation for how expedition works, and this is based off all the data that I have, and I can I'll share the spreadsheet here again in chat for everyone here. Okay, so this is based off all the data. The reason I'm able to predict this is I know that the equation is waystone percent determines the runes, right? And then the higher the waystone percent, the higher the rarity of the runes that you find in the recipe rarity. then that is then taken, and then you set up your chain, whatever you locked in, right? The locked in runes that you have determine the loot that you get. So when I know that the rune setup is bad, and I know that the rune setup is like not got anything good on it, I know I'm able to actually pretty accurately predict how much of each currency type I'm gonna get just based on the rune setup. That, and I've done this way too many times. At this point. So, like, you could say it's RNG. You could say it's, whatever, but if it was completely RNG, there would be no way I would ever get close to predicting how many divs I'm getting per map. Based on the rune setup, right? That's not a thing. And if someone could clip that would be great. The level at which it's RNG versus the level at which it's like actually predetermined based on the amount of runes that you have is insane.
Speak.
Yeah, I think I will make a video on that. Like, just to explain it to people, to help people out with that. Because, like, I think it is a point of confusion that people aren't really understanding. But yeah, that's what I would recommend doing, is just focus on your runes. Don't pay so much attention to what's in the actual remnants, because it doesn't matter. If you want loot, the runes is the only thing that matters to determine how much loot you get. I wouldn't even say socket count matters. I mean, it does to a degree. Basically, because the socket count determines how many waves spawns per remnant. But, like, for the most part, the runes are what's important. Okay, so this next one is Golly all +6. So it should be alright. So, and that's another reason why Alders is just, like, best in slot. Because, like, Alders, it raises the base level rarity of all the runes. Like, let's say, like, this map, see how it's all +6? That means the base level rarity on this is just higher than everything else, right? So that means that you're not Golly, that's based on all +6. The odds of getting a good rune chain are significantly higher in that map than in some random map that I just like the decide to go that has a GE on it, right? Because, like, it's all +6. But you can still walk out of an all +6 or an all +7 map with 3 dips. If the rune setup is shit.
Another step.
Alright, so it looks like this... What do we have locked in here? Detective. The notes are here. Soul. Okay, that's a guaranteed reroll. Now what are we locking in? Electrocuting in Sky. Okay, that's not great either. This over, this ain't looking good. Okay, what's this lock in? That locks in Bond. Okay, so like that's enough that we don't re-roll that. Okay. This locks in Opulent, so that doesn't change. This is Older Saga. Okay, so we got Bond to Opulent. This locks in Oath. We don't want to change that one. So we got Bond to Opulent and Oath now. Death. That we already have that one. We're gonna re-roll it. Now we have Time. And at this point, it really doesn't matter what else. That is a tin socket right there. That is the one boon that I don't have. So at this point, it doesn't matter what else is locked in, because we have every single good rune here. Now, we have Oath, Bond, Opulent, and Time. So after that point, where you've gotten all of those, you're good. So like knowing that I have all of those runes, I'm gonna say this is gonna be about 10 raw divs. Okay, so these two don't add really anything of value. So I'm not going to worry about getting those two. Actually, never mind. I have 22 bombs. I can grab those two. That's whatever. Then. Yeah, that doesn't add anything of value. The tin socket right here, though, that is huge. Alright, so, what runes do we have? So we have, this is the rune setup that is locked in right now. Bond, Oath, Opulent, Time, and Death. So, with that rune setup, this should net over 10 raw divs and drops. Over 10 raw divs and drops. By the end of it. And the last wound that I need, so that'll be good too. I thought I had them all, but apparently I didn't. You're gonna start see, as soon as that Oath rune gets hit, though, with the Bond and the Opulent rune, you're gonna start seeing monsters that have over like 20 modifiers on them. Especially with Death and Time also locked in, basically we have every single one of the top end runes for loot. So you're not gonna find, it's gonna be really bad loot up until this point, though. Why are my controller keybinds not working? There's the Bond and the Opulent and the Oath. Okay, so now is when the loot's gonna start getting nuts. Now that we have all the good shit locked in. Alder Saga. See how that has like so many modifiers? It's like and plus 2 and 2 other modifiers? That's because Opulence propagated with Oath. Or sorry, Bond is propagated with Oath. Three other modifiers. Four other modifiers. You see, like, every time that it's the Oath rune spawns something with more modifiers, this thing just gets extra modifiers. That's why Bond is, like, ideal to get with Oath. Right there. And then that's gonna be, like, now where that's death. Procced in now. 2 div. There should be like a 6 raw div drop once everything's stocked up. I'm focused on evasion and energy shield at the moment. So basically I have like about 10,000 energy shield if everything's going, 9,200-ish. And then my evasion's at like 78%, and then my deflection. That's basically what keeps me alive, is deflection. So what I do, so basically that being at cap, so I'm at the 95% cap, so basically 95% of my incoming hits are reduced, have their damage reduced by 40%. Okay, so there's the time rune. Okay, so now I have everything locked in that's basically going to propagate and like drastically increase the loot. And then I'm also going to get a boon. Here. The last one I need, actually. Okay, where is... Yep, there it is. There's always some random mob off screen that does that. 2 other modifiers. Grab this. See, there we go, another 2 div. I said I should be getting around 10 by the time this is done. When this map started, just judging off the runes setup, right? I'm at 4. 5. So starting to get a little bit crazy on the HP pool though. And there's my Oath Rune, or my boon. The only thing that I'm really missing right now for like the perfect setup is Bond. Or sorry, not Bond, is Power. Okay, so how many raw divs is that? That was 5 raw. Yeah, it was a little under 20 chaos. I was like, so I misjudged it. That's fine, it happens. Still, that was like instant. That was still a really good map though. We got a boon. I'm just gonna count that as a Baldur's Legacy then on the counting here. Get no Dow generator. I don't need it. I get my power charges basically instantly without that. I'd rather have the extra socket. I'd rather have another gym socket right here, honestly. I was running that earlier season, but like I stopped needing it, so I stopped like worrying about it. Yes, that was Alder's Legacy and a boot, basically. So we'll just count that. 5, 1. That was 5 div. 20 chaos. Well, actually, 21 chaos. That was a lot of chaos, man. 3 greater chaos. 1 perfect chaos. 1 annulment. It's tracking right next to Waystone percent so far, which is interesting to see for this item rarity because like it's more than likely it's tracking next to Waystone percent because it is getting the extra drops off of the monster markers. It's like base exalted on the market with such drop rate. Eh. It depends on what you're doing to get it, honestly. Like, that map was kind of mid, honestly, as far as, like, raw divs go, but, like, the other currency items were not bad. And I got the last boon that I needed, too. So that's nice. I thought I had them all, apparently I was missing one.
This is bad indeed.
Alright, so what do we got? Origin of the Fall, Star Drinker, Unknown Ruins, good, Fellow Unknown Ruins, and this class. So there's only 2 right there that are guaranteed to be tier 16s. Or to get to be Elders, Sulfite, and this class. That's 3. Okay, Unknown Ruins is still 3. Don't I have like all +7 back here somewhere? Still to do? I thought. I do. that's all +7. Craggy and Lush, all +5s. Craggy, all +5. You know, this isn't really tracking that far ahead of Waystone percent though, and like it's still like I need to get like 14, 15 more maps left to go. Did I grab enough? Yeah, we're good. Alright. I need to figure out why my controller key buttons are not working on for my paddles though. Okay, none of the paddles are working. That's weird. Okay. So that's not great. Again, I'm looking for runes. That's not good. Reroll it. Still bad. Ain't looking good so far. What's this one locking in? That is Oath. So Oath is good if we get Bond. If we don't get Bond, Oath is bad. Reroll that. What has this got in it? That's high socket. So basically the way I go about this for my rune rerolls is if it's got a good rune in it, I don't reroll it that I don't already have. Or if it's got over 7 sockets and I'm not on an all +7 maps, then again I don't reroll it. So that's got death. What's this got in it? Power. Power is really good. I actually put power up there like above Bond in like most situations. Because power just enhances the effect of every other rune, right? So power is what the power rune does. So like when you have a Bond rune or an Oath rune or an Opulent rune and you have a power rune, that power rune just like juices the hell out of every other rune. Not an amazing rune setup, but power is there, so... Power plus, I mean, it should be decent. It should be like a 6 div map. 6, 7 divs. I'm thinking. We are missing something here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the monster that is hiding? Shows it where though? Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. Yeah, that's why power is like, honestly, I would say power is the strongest rune and then Bond. Because power just increases the power and effect of every other rune. Which would basically make it which makes it basically the strongest rune to have locked in. There's one div. So now everything past this point is going to be juiced because of power. Every single rune is going to be juiced. and Remnant. There's Opulent. Granted, this is kind of mid, other than the power rune. The last few maps have been really mid for rune setups, honestly. Oh, that is a lot of, like, leech for my mana. That should be at least a div right there. There we go. One div. Another div. Another div. What did I say, like 6 divs? Yeah, so we're at 7. So we're already past the 6 that I said it should be. And there's 3. 10 divs. So, what was the main difference between this map and the last map? Everyone that was watching here. The main difference was the rune setup was not technically this rune setup on the last map was better. It had death, time, opulent, oath. It had Rebirth, and Bond. This map had Power, Rebirth, and Oath. That was it. The reason and Opulent. The reason this map was so much better, it was like 3 times the amount of divs, was because of death. No, sorry, not death. It was because Power. Because Power rune acts as a boost to every other rune that you get. It just basically increases its effects. So, Power is probably the strongest.
Yes. A useful indeed.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I will do that. I think I will make like a rune setup guide. Because like... Oh shit, I didn't even track that. There were 6 divs there, and I don't remember how much of everything else. No, there was 10 divs there. Crap. Back to Twitch. Clip it, Twitch. Is it too late to clip it? Should be good. Okay, that was... This is the second time I've forgotten to do this. Today. Alone. An unknown error has occurred creating the clip. Please try again. Bruh. Seriously? Okay, I need this one. I need 1 second here, guys. I forgot to count the currency for this, for the tracking, so I need to go do that really quick. Okay, so 10 div, 23 chaos. So it was 10 div, 23 chaos. One annulment, 1 greater chaos. Okay, got it. 1 annulment, 1 greater chaos, and the monster count was 117, 330, 395. Okay. I mean, so far, I'll be honest, like, it's within, like the chaos and everything is way up, but, like, everything else is, like, not that far behind Waystone % here. Like, I was expecting to see a lot of variance Especially because of the monster markers. Like, I was expecting it to be like 30%, 40% over because of monster marker on item rarity, but like, it's not. We're like, talking like, I mean, it's kind of tracking with +2 random mods, honestly. The item rarity is kind of tracking with that. But I'm also paying a lot more attention to my rune setups. So, it's kind of like... Alright, yeah. Wash all +5. Okay, this one... We're almost at 30 samples on item rarity, and it's basically tracking with a little bit, it's higher than, monster, than, the blue waystone percent tablets is, but that's kind of to be expected. Because it should be affecting monster markers. Okay, so what do we got here? That's mid. Reroll that. Alright, now what's locked in? It's still mid. It still sucks. Like, that still sucks. Okay, so what are we locking in here? Opulent. Okay, Opulent's really good. We need that one for sure. Okay, now we're gonna go over here. What is this one locking in? That's Bond. That doesn't get rerolled. 90 power. Bond. Actually. Okay, what's that here? I mean, that has a power rune on it, so that'll stay. That has death. That can stay. Already have opulent. Okay, we're not even gonna go up there to get the rest of that. Alright, so. Where was I at? I'm over here, right? Okay, Bond. Would love to get power. Death. Okay, Bond and Oath is something that's like super strong, so we need to get that one for sure. Death. Bond, Oath, Death. Okay. Okay, now I'm missing... Now the only thing I'm really missing is power. Power rune there. We get power, this is a 15 div map. Locks in Bond again. Okay, I don't need that one then. Okay, not enough runes. Bombs through that path. Okay. This locks nothing of import in. Honestly. That has a power rune on it. So let's grab this. That doesn't lock in power, but it's still a power rune. Okay, so no power rune. Rough. Basically every other good rune that you would want. Oath. Time. Opulent. Death. So without the power rune, this is probably maybe 5 div. With power rune, it would be like 10 to 15. As far as like actually from the remnants, I might get more out of chests, honestly. There's opulent. Divine chaos. This one has a power rune on it already. I feel like anything with a wisdom rune on it though from base, it like always has like the lowest possible wave count. Like it's insane how little wave, as far as the waves go, the wisdom rune gives. I feel like that actively nerfs the amount of like monsters that spawn when you have that on something. Oh god, I'm dead. Can I move? My freaking mana? Fuck me. That would be because the controller keybind wasn't working and my mana pots didn't want to go off. That just got me killed. Oof, that's annoying. Okay. Like, why can't I attack? No mana, I'm hitting the things. Okay, so I gotta go and fix that. Okay, why is it not working? Okay, is it working now? Keybinds? No, none of the paddles are working. That's great. Working earlier, and it just got me killed. Okay, so I'm gonna restart that and see if it fixes the problem. Restart the software. Because, yeah, I'm not doing that again.
A pleasure.
trying to fix my controller key bindings that aren't working because it just got me killed. Right now. Unfortunately, I gotta, go over here. Okay, it's gonna work. Come on. Work! I have to restart my game, honestly, at this point. Because this ain't working.
Hello.
Okay, paddles are working? No. Okay, so is it a game problem? Let me see here. Let me pull up, like, a joy tester or something. It is not even showing that that is connected. Failed to recognize the last USB. Oh, Windows. Why are you being a pain? Okay, it's just bricked. Got it. Okay. Just remember that my pedals aren't working. You know, that's close one more risky sulfite.
Another step on the road less traveled.
You know, for an all plus 7 map, the 1, 2, this is bad. Welcome back. Yeah, so I was trying to get my controller to like foobar itself. It wasn't wanting to work. And it just got me killed a minute ago, so I was like trying to get it to fix itself, but with no success. Okay, so that's not great. Life is the worst, so I'm not gonna I mean, it's an all plus 7. I am gonna reroll that. To try and get us something that's better locked in. That's mid, okay. Alright, so how many bombs does it give me? It's up 10? 3 perfect chaos. Okay, that's gonna be good no matter what. Nothing good locked in there. We reroll. Again, nothing great. Okay, keep going. Reroll. Soulless shit. Aldrich Saga, that's 30 div. That doesn't get a reroll. Bro. Everything has high sockets, but like the rune chain is terrible. This is gonna be one of those all +7 maps where I get like 3 div. Because of how bad the rune chain setup is. Like, nothing there. No power, no opulent, no bond, no... Basically, any of the, like, the top-end rune chains that would determine, like, you getting a ton of loot are not present here. There's an opulent, okay. 3 orbs of annulment. Alright, so we're gonna have to go this way. Sometimes I'll run with people. If I'm doing, like, testing for something specific, unless I'm testing, like, something that, like, takes a group, I usually will stay solo, just to control, like, that variable. But, yeah, I do play with people, not right this second, but, like, because I'm currently testing something, but, like, if I'm not doing that, yeah, I don't mind playing with a group. You can actually get a lot more loot in a group, too. I can't even get to that Alder Saga. This map sucks. How can I put the bomb there, but I can't put it in a place where I can get both of these? Like... Yeah, but okay, so I'm just going right here, and I'm gonna go for that Alder Saga now. You did start expeditions? I mean, they're really good loot. If you know how to do them. And you know what modifiers actually work. Because a lot of the modifiers, like, they don't really have a huge function. In here, like item rarity, it really only works on your monster markers. Here. What else only works on the monster markers? Effectiveness. Basically, what the biggest thing you want to stack when you're doing expeditions is +2 random map mods and waystone %, because that seems to have a direct impact on the quality of the recipes that you get. And then, like, just pay attention to how you set up your runes. Like, the rune setup is key. Gotta remember my hotkeys aren't working. My paddles aren't working here. Which I'm probably gonna make a video on setting up the runes. Because, like, I know there's a lot of, like, there's not a lot of information on the rune setup out there. I've, like, basically beat the whole map setup thing to death, like, as far as the waystones and stuff with videos, but, like, I haven't put anything out, like, that was in-depth on the rune setup. Like, this rune setup is terrible, so I don't think I'm gonna get more than, like, a handful, maybe 5 divs, even though everything has, like, a all +7 socket count. I'd be surprised if I pulled more than, like, 5 or 6 divs out of here. Raw. Like, obviously I'm gonna get, like, money off the perfect chaos and everything else, but, like, as far as, like, raw divs dropping from the remnants, yeah, 5, 6 maybe at most. Because of the rune setup. You still trying to drop voices? I didn't even bother going after that, honestly. For my build, it wouldn't make enough of an impact to make it worth it for me. There's the opulent one. So basically, that's the only really good one that locks in here. An all plus 7 map where I get like 2 divs is gonna be a little ridiculous. And this will be Alder Saga. Okay, so 2 divs on an all plus 7 map with 3 greater chaos, or 3 perfect chaos. Why was that so bad? The rune setup sucked. Five annuls and 1 Alder Saga. So with a rune setup being that bad, it explains why the divs were that bad. So what was missing on that one was that I didn't have power, I didn't have bond, I didn't have oath, I didn't have basically any of the runes other than opulent that determine the loot. So I ended up getting 2 divs
Yes?
because of it.
I'll post it right away.
Alright, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of that. Alright, I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick, I'll be right back, and then, yeah, we'll keep going. Yeah, it's not working. Okay, I am back. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. I gotta go run a random map here. Alright, here we go. Run this random map. Where is the boss? Boss? Where is the boss? I went the wrong way. I think it's down here. Yeah, it's definitely down here. What am I testing today? I was just testing random rarity tablets, like blue rarity tablets, to see if there's like a noticeable increase in loot over just running like the white monster sorry, right? Brain fart. Give me a second. Waystone effectiveness tablets, or the white tablets. So far, there is a lot more drops on rarity tablets, but I honestly think it's because of the monster markers than anything else. If that makes sense, like when you have the rarity tablets, you just get a lot more items from the raw monster markers, not so much from the remnants themselves. I'm 99% sure that the only thing that scales the remnants is waystone percent and the rune chain at this point. Here. It was itchy for some reason. Ooh, locked in power is huge. Okay, so power is the most important rune. Like I was saying that I think that bond is the most important rune. I've changed my mind. Power is the most important rune. The reason I'm now saying power is the most important Yeah, that's basically why. So, like, there is a significant increase in loot, but, like, it's not really that you're increasing the loot from the remnants itself. It's that it's increasing the loot from the monster markers that you basically just you'll just naturally grab on your way to the remnants. So, like, you'll start seeing, like, a lot more, like, raw divs drop from there. It's not necessarily doing anything for your actual, like, loot drops from the remnants. It's just monster marker loot increase. I already have a power rune. This has a bond rune built into it. Yeah. Also, I think the change is what most is like the thing that determines the loot. Like I'm sure you've watched it enough where like, okay, I can look at the rune chain and tell you how many divs is gonna drop almost like with scary levels of accuracy, you know? How in the hell did I get to that the first time? Did I write down this map already? And it also explains why you'll have, like, maps that are, like, literally all +7 that should be, like, absolutely insane, right? And then you just end up getting a rock. Basically. I just put a poll out on the Discord. If people actually want me to put out like I can make a video for it really quick. On like the actual proper way to set up the runes and everything like that, and like what you should look for and what you should just avoid basically, and what doesn't even matter. So I just put a poll out on Discord to just like gauge interest in that kind of. I'll throw it up on YouTube. Yeah, like that's exactly like some. So like I had one today when I was doing testing. All +7, it dropped 3 divs. I mean, I got some perfect chaos and everything out of it, but like the raw drops, other than what was like actually socketed into the remnants as far as like the rewards, was shit because the chain was bad. Because, like, I've kind of, like, beaten the whole, like, okay, this is what works on the tablets. Here's the data showing that to death. And, like, a lot of people still don't, like, we're like, oh, I'm running waystone %, but I'm not getting any loot, right? Like I said, so, like, it must not be working. But I don't think, I haven't really gone over the runes and how and why they're important, you know? Like, for example, Bond Rune is one of the best runes. But there's only there's specific conditions where the Bond Rune is the best rune, right? Like, to make Bond Rune effective, it needs to have Oath Rune right next to it, like also to be locked in. Otherwise, Bond Rune just really isn't doing anything for you. Because the Oath then feeds into the Bond. And the same thing with Power. Power trumps everything because it just increases the strength of every other rune. Once you locked in. Once you have a power rune, if you lock in a power rune, basically every other rune is going to basically be a significantly higher potency / strength. That's what it does. You know? It's gotten to the point where I've just done so many of these, and I've like, I know the rune setup so well, I'm able to basically almost determine with like really good accuracy that like what I'm gonna get from the map just looking at the rune setup. Like, it's like not really even as RNG as you would think. It's, you know? So I could do like a really in-depth guide on it, because I don't think like that's something like there's the people have put out tier lists, right? But the tier lists don't explain anything and they don't tell you how anything actually works here. So, like, I've kind of beaten to death that Waystone percent affects rune quality and, like, recipe quality, but I haven't, like, I've not touched on anything else, or, like, relating to that, as far as, like, the loot goes. So I think I'll work on a video on that, and just, like, get it up on the channel here. If enough people are interested, if there's enough interest, I'll do it, for sure. It's just, it's kind of, like, what people want here. Because I don't want to, like, spend a bunch of time on it and then upload it and then have it basically get, like, 5 views, you know? Okay. Like, this rune setup kind of sucked. The only thing good on it was Power Rune. Even though, like, the Ruminant sockets were high, the rune setup sucked, so therefore the loot sucked. Like, look at that. The only thing that I had in here was the Power Rune that was, like, one of the, like, the ones that I would say the meta is. I got 2 Diz, 5 Chaos, 4 Greater Chaos. Because the rune setup sucked. And, like, you just can't control that, right? Like, it's RNG. Yeah, that would be true too, because like you don't want to just like drop like I can do an example of it here on the next map here, because like pathing is very important how you do it.
I will make use of this. Time is of the essence.
It's not just about like getting the next like to the next thing. It's there's just as much that goes into that as like there's actually a lot that goes into pathing, honestly. I could make a whole book on that one. By the way, for anyone in TikTok, since the bot for Discord doesn't work on TikTok, I'll post a link here and on here. Alright, here we go. Here is the TikTok. Here's the Discord link. For anyone that's on TikTok, because the bot doesn't work on TikTok. Well, even then, like, well, I wouldn't even say that matters as much. Is, like, how you set up, like, if your +7 has, like, a power rune at the start, and then, like, it leads into an opulent, and then, like it's like the chain is more. I feel more important than the setup. You know. Am I out of older Saga maps right now? Did I run everything I had set up? I mean, I haven't opened one in a while. I've probably done like 30 of them today. I have done 30 of them today, so I might actually be like running low on them. I'll open that up. Oh, I'll open that up. I have enough Alder Sagas here. I made like almost 200 raw div today too, so it's whatever. I'll just open this up, see if what it gives. There's only 3 there, that's fine. I don't even care. I have to check the rumors, honestly. Okay, I need a path. Either way, I need a path, so. Alder Sagas are so cheap now that it's not even like, you could like literally make the money back on one map. Now they're like 30 div. I don't need to worry about spending like. Yeah, they're not cheap at all. They're not expensive right now at all. It almost feels like they buffed the spawn rate on all +7 maps and Alder Saga, because I swear I'm seeing a lot more of them. Like since this last patch. Like I've like seen since the last patch, I had never on a single Alder Saga seen a double all +7 until this last patch, and now I've found like 3 double all +7s. So I don't know. It does definitely feel like they did buff the Alder Saga spawn rate, the all +7 spawn rate, which would explain why the all +7 they have dropped in price, because there's more all +7 maps coming out of them now. I went the wrong way, didn't I? But yeah, I can definitely make a video on that for you guys and go over it. If there's interest for it. Okay, so Scorched, all +5, Scorched Lucky. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was like 32 yesterday, though. That's why I didn't mind just, like, spamming it just to open up maps. Because, like, why not?
Another step on the
Okay,
road.
this is Scorched. Did I write that down on the sheet? I did not. And completely forgot to write down the currency for that craggy map. Oh my god. I'm just gonna cut that out then. Okay. Okay, so far this is not looking good. Oh, bond rune? Okay, so now that's a bond rune. So I know this is gonna be, so if I can get an oath rune, that's gonna be good. So now I need to try and find something that's gonna lock in oath. That's soul, so we don't really care about soul. It's not really that important to anything here. And I don't care about this either. Nope. Okay, so far the only good rune slot that I have is that bond rune. Okay, there's opulent, so I'm not gonna re-roll that. That even though it's like I'm gonna lose a socket on that one, I'm gonna leave that. Okay, this one's gonna get re-rolled. I'm trying to find an oath rune here. Death rune. Okay, death rune is good. Okay, so we're gonna go for that death rune now. Okay, I want to put this over here because I know I'm gonna have to go back over here next. Okay, so opulent in there. So we got opulent, death, and bond. Time. Okay, so time's good. There's the oath rune. Okay, so that means the only thing I'm missing to have like a really good setup here is power. So if I can get something here that has a power rune on it, that's going to be really good. So if this has a wisdom rune. This isn't great, right? This is like it, but it does have a power rune locked in. Or it does have a power rune. And I'm locking in opulent already, so the wisdom rune doesn't matter. Okay, this doesn't have anything I care about. I'm just gonna re-roll it here. And that's about it for the bombs that I have available to me. So I'm gonna go check down here and make sure I'm not missing anything important. And I'm really not. Yeah, that's just a meh. Random locked in opulent, that's whatever, okay. So gonna grab that. And that. Next. What is up here in this corner? If there's anything good, I have to repath the whole map to get to it, though. Time rune. I don't really care. Okay. We're good to go then. Alright, so if you're using expanding territory to set the 25% when you're using sagas. Yeah, I am. Atlas, let's see here. Actually, I'm not. I'm using this one. I'm using 1-1. Maybe I should be using expanding. I don't even know. That's something that I had to go, like, open up a bunch of maps and actually test, but, like... I probably should be using expanding, honestly. After that one, after that you go to NR1, yeah. Basically the one that gives you, and you have the chance to have everything, like, affected by power rune, and you can use, I think Swamp is probably better than Mountain or Water. Simply because, like, we're most people at this point are loot filtering out exalts, right? Because you get so many of them in, like, a halfway decent map in here. Like, you probably have, like, shit, how many exalts would I say? You probably are dropping at least 100 exalts a map. Like, that are just being loot filtered out, right? So, like, in that case, that's like, with a 10% chance to turn those into chaos orbs, That's like 10 Chaos Orbs. That's the equivalent of like 240 Exalts or something. I don't know what the current exchange rate is, but like, that's huge. You know? Okay. I'm gonna say, based on the rune setup here, this might be 6 divs raw. Maybe a little more. We don't get any of the good stuff till really late. Like, if it was like we got all the good stuff like early in the chain, it would be like probably, I would say probably like 10 or 11 divs, like from the remnants. But like, since it's so late in the chain when we start actually getting the stuff that like works with each other, that I'm gonna say it's like maybe 6 divs. Like, as I don't pick up Bond till way late, right? And that's what like scales everything there. And I can show you guys what I mean here in a minute. Why Bond is so good. And I know everyone like, oh, it's the Bond rune bug, but like, it is legit the best rune in the game when you have it with Oath. But it's only good when you have it comboed. Otherwise, it does nothing, basically. Okay, so I have Bond locked in. This one should be Oath. All right. So have you seen like any monsters that have like 9 modifiers yet? Not one, right? Not a single one. Even though I have Bond locked in early, right? Okay, this one's Oath. Look what happens. Maybe the next one's Oath. I think it's the next one actually. When you lock in Bond plus Oath. Okay, there's the Oath. Okay. Up until the point where, because I've had Bond this entire time, up until the point I locked in that Oath rune, we didn't see a single monster with like 20 modifiers on it, right? See? There we go. Plus 2 other modifiers, plus 3 other modifiers, plus 4. See? Plus 4. Plus 5. Oh, this is Path of Exile too. Here. Plus 1, plus 4, plus 5, plus 6. Plus 8, plus 9. Okay, so that is why the Oath rune is good. That is why the Bond rune is good. But alone, they're shit. When you put them alone, like on their own, they're terrible. They don't have any use here, right? But when you put them together, that's when you start seeing those crazy 12 modifier monsters. And if we're gonna assume that the Atlas nodes work on here, those 12 modifier monsters have almost 300 times 12, which would be 3,600% increased rarity. So, Bond on its own, bad. Bond, when you combo it with Oath, one of the best things in the entire game. See? You know, the reason I didn't get anything for loot is because I didn't get the Bond, I didn't get the good setup until the very end of the chain. And so that was only like a 2-div map. Because of that, right there. So that was 3 div, 1 greater chaos, 8 chaos. 1 and all. $56 rare monsters. 198. And 483. Yeah, so basically to see those like really high modifier count monsters, you have to propagate Bond and Oath at the same time. Otherwise it's like, on their own they're really mid. Together it's the best, well, like one of the best combos you can get. Because you can't, because like the problem is like normally if you do a lot of DPS, right? You're just gonna one-shot whatever mob has all the, like, before it ever gets, like, the chance. What Oath Rune does, it makes them, one of the rare mobs, basically immune. So that immunity is what lets Oath Rune and Bond Rune work together so well.
A useful trade. Go.
And then that just, like, adds in, like, extreme amount of loot over time. That is my first Baron map I have seen all day. Yeah, let's go this way. Went the wrong way. Should've gone that.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Yeah, I went out to go get reroll items, and then I forgot to get reroll items. I just grabbed another map out of my bank. Oh my god, I am fried. Alright, so what do we got here? Let's see, we got nothing good here, that's a reroll. Okay. That's mid. Yeah, nothing good. Ooh, it's not looking good for the remnants here. There's Bond, but Bond's not good without Oath. Reroll that. Reroll that. This is looking like maybe a 5-div map, if that. If that. And if it is 5 divs, it's gonna be most of that's coming out of the strong boxes. Okay, so there's time. We have Bond, but no Oath. Opulent is okay. So they're really the only things on this map that is like even good on its own. There is not a single thing. We have no power. We have no Bond. Or we have Bond, but no Oath, no power. Yo, what's up, Lexi? Okay, this is bad too. Yeah, this map is bad. There's no way around it. I need to go get stuff to roll the boxes. But... 1, 2, 3 stacks of that. I'm just doing GE right now.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay, so I'm gonna say from the remnants, I'm gonna get like 2 divs. From the strong boxes, I might get like maybe 3 or 4. Just because the rune setup is so terrible on this map. Actually, it's almost probably going to be more profitable just to go straight after strong boxes over here than remnants. That is really bad. That is really bad. Okay, so yeah, we gotta redo this. I gotta grab that first. How's my theory? It's alright so far. No complaints. Okay, go this way. We're still having the same problem here that it was earlier, where there's no good runes here. Like, there's a Bond rune right there, but like, it's a little too late in the chain to be useful. Way too late in the chain for that to be useful here. I usually just, I do this full time. Okay. Yeah, this is like a 4-div map. It's gonna have amazing ad density, but everything else is gonna be bad. How is it? But I might call it after this one, honestly, for stream today, and then work on that video because, like, I think a lot of people want a video going over how to actually set up the runes, and that's gonna take me a few hours. I can probably get that up tonight if I end stream though. So I probably will end stream after this one today. It's been like 5 hours anyways, so normal like, amount of time I would usually stream is like 5-6 hours anyways. 90% of the loot in this map is literally coming out of the ruins. Or the, strong boxes, though. Like, this map is bad. Come on. Dude. Where is the monster? Monster. Monster, 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 where? Oh, there it is. Oh, what kind of video? It's just YouTube. Going over how to actually properly set up the runes in here. But it'll take at least like a couple hours for me to do, like, get it all together and organized and then edit it and then like a script written. Yeah, I do YouTube, TikTok, basically everything. The YouTube's actually a lot bigger than the Twitch. The Twitch is kind of like, compared to the YouTube, is tiny. Yeah, basically full time. Greater. What did I say? Like, I might get like 4 divs out of the boxes and nothing out of the remnants? Because the remnant setup was bad? There's 2. Three. Again, out of a box. I do. Usually the girlfriend does it. She's not home. She's working right now. Okay. So, that was... How many discs was this so far? Three? I said I should get like 4 or 5 out of the boxes and nothing out of the remnants. Let's see how accurate I end up being by that. There's like 1 remnant left here. Okay, got that. Okay, I pulled 3 divs. 3 divs, 1 perfect exalt. So I was basically right on the money. I was like 1 off. Alright. So on that note, I think I'm gonna call it for the day, guys, and I'll go get working on that for you guys, and I'll put it up in a little bit. So I will catch everyone tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everyone. Have a great rest of your evening. Later, guys.